Your hat as our junior show board is going to do our national anthem, pledge, and prayer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we've watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that I was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? Okay, now please join me in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one nation.
Please join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to and ask for health and safety over all the exhibitors, their families, agents, ag teachers, stock show board, volunteers, our communities, and the livestock. We thank you for this opportunity to do what we love. Amen.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get this kicked off with the Class 1 Berkshire. The exhibitors are Brisbane Art, Cambry Lens, Hannah Beerbaum, Colt Wan, and Trip Trimble. We'd like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Ryan Seitz out of Grand, Oklahoma. Ryan's a national support specialist for show feeds. He and his wife Wendy and son Rhett own and operate Seitz Livestock, raising Chester, Duroc, and Crossbred show pigs. Ryan has judged numerous state and national shows around the country. Over his 20 years of judging, he has judged in 24 states. Ryan, we appreciate you being here.
Well, good morning. It's definitely a privilege to be here to work with your young people today and go to the hog show. And in a very nice class here to start off with, start the day with. Young man brings us a bear that I think just puts so many positive things together in terms of one that's still good in terms of his balance. And from the side, he's really opened up the center part of his rib, good kind of dimension of muscle as you get up on top of him. And probably where he excels the class as much as anything is when he gets out on the move in terms of the length of stride that he has on either end of his skeleton. Love the way this guy hinges out of his hip, gets out and goes, kicks his honk out behind him. Awfully nice kind of a bear there to win that class. Young ladies gilt we have here in 2. Love the shape and power in the upper part of this gilt skeleton. Good kind of blade and forearm as we get to watch her come right at it. Maybe gets a little more timid out of her hind leg than what you'd term ideal. Like to just lengthen her hip, flex her hock just a hair differently. But love the shape, love the power in that one. Love the dimension of muscle. Maybe we could drop just a fraction more belly and flank in her as well. Young ladies gilt we have here in 3. Another one that's extremely shapely, and you get in the upper part of her top line. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind her. You know, of the contemporary group, maybe she's wanted just a little more compact all the way through. Gets a little more piece right there at her ham loin than maybe what you'd term ideal. Kind of wants to pull her hock inside of herself as she goes away. But love the shape, love the look from the side of that gilt. Hogs in 4 and 5. The young lady's gilt that goes out the gate there in 4. Really good kind of muscle shape in that one. Gets a little more timid on either end of her skeleton. Young man's gilt here, a big bodied gilt that you like a lot of things about that. Get in the upper part of her top line. I don't see quite the squareness and shape and power down her top as some of those hogs up ahead of her. Nice class of Berkshires here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
First place Colt 1, second Hannah Beerbaum, Cameron Lynn's in 3rd, Brisbane Arp in 4th, and Trip Trimble in 5th. Class 2 Berkshire, Rayleigh J. Mason, Cambry Kitchens, Haley Nicholson, and Alexandra Montez. Also be sure and go see Shelby in the office, exhibitors, to let her know which animal you're going to want to sell tomorrow. If y'all got friends and family that have not been able to come out today, be sure and tell them to go to the Bi-County Facebook page and click on watch. Erin Myers and Bridget Nicholson are over there working the webcast for them, so that's a real good thing that we've got going this year.
We get here in our second class of Berkshires. I think we've got a pair that kind of moved themselves on up to the forefront. And within that pair, I think the one that's just a notch stouter in terms of his build, in terms of his bone and his foot and his skull is the bear that we have here closest to us. Really good in terms of his balance from the side. Good kind of muscle dimension. You know, I'm not going to tell you he's the crispest top one that we have out here in the drive. Yet at the same time, he's got a big spread down his top. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. Just love the stoutness, a feature of that guy in terms of his bone and foot in this contemporary group. The young lady's gilt that we have here in second. I know one is got a lot of good things about her in terms of being a long skeleton kind of a hog, and yet still has good kind of shape up high, good kind of dimension of muscle as you get back behind her. Maybe not quite as stout in terms of her bone and foot down at the ground when she comes right at you. She wants to close up just a little more through her chest more than maybe what you'd term ideal. We can just widen her there, stouten her up just a little bit in her feature. We can make that pair even closer. Very nice pair up here in the top end of the class. Very well presented. presenting gilt that we have here in 3. Love the center body depth in that one, really balanced from the side. You know, you get into this gilt, and I don't know if she's a little flatter in terms of her rib shape as you comparison to those 2 up ahead of her in class. Basically gets a little more pinched right there in her ham-lung junction as well. We could smooth her there, maybe just kind of widen her out through the center part of her body. We could definitely move her up. And the young ladies home that we have down here in 4, a bigger scale, really extended kind of a gilt. Like that about her exceptionally well. Gets a little more tubular through the middle part of her body than maybe what you'd term ideal. We could drop a little extra belly, a little extra flank in her. We could definitely have a case to move her up as well. Nice set of hogs in this class. Kids are doing a great job. Let's congratulate them.
Haley Nicholson in first, Alexandra Montez in second, Cambry Kitchens third, and Rayleigh J. Mason in fourth. Be sure and thank our junior board members today. They're going to be wearing the black shirts, helping out. Veronica Blue, Joe Clay, Levi Crane, Kirsten Besner, JC Buckingham, and Erilyn Myers.
Great way to start our show out here, and a pair of very nice class winners out here to pick our champion. And I think they resemble each other in ways when you talk about both of them having some stoutness of their skull and stoutness to their bone and foot size within that pair. I think there's one that maybe opens up just a notch better in terms of the rib shape that they have, and particularly as they come right to you in terms of the base of their chest and the way they are from their blade knee to foot as they come right to us. So nice pair of hogs, one that suits me best. The young ladies heavyweight will be your champion. Really like a lot of things about this young lady's gilt that comes out of class 2 that was second there as they talked her back in class. Really good shape up high, good kind of dimension in that gilt. You know, maybe we could stouten her down at the ground and widen her chest just ever so slightly. Within when she comes out here and gets in the mix quite handily. One that I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard. I think this one's got a bright future for himself later on down the road. If he just continues to mass and bulk, I think that one's got a lot of good days ahead of him. The lightweighter is going to be a reserve.
Congratulations to Haley Nicholson, breed champion, and Colt Juan, reserve breed champion. We go on into our third class, Chesters. We're going to kick it off with Jagger Hunter, Rayleigh J. Mason, Landry Frishy, and Weatherby Saavedra. As a reminder, we are doing the adult showmanship this year for all you exhibitors that want to get back at your parents, your ag teacher, your grandparents, aunts, uncles, or just Joe Don Henry. You can still sign up. You need to see Joe Don or Kendall. It's $5 to enter in your favorite teacher or parent, but it's going to cost them $10 to get out every time. And we will keep doing that until the Graham Drive, so be sure and see Joe Don or Kendall to get your ag teachers or parents signed up.
good class here to work through. And with that said, the young lady brings a gilt that I think wins quite handily for me in terms of one. It's not only balance from the side, but she just combines so much stoutness in terms of bone, foot, and forearm. Tremendous shape up high, good kind of dimension as you get back behind her. And more than anything, with all that mass and all that shape, gets out and goes extremely good in terms of her feet and leg placement. Very, very nice gilt here to start the class. Young man's bear, I think, most nearly follows her in terms of one that still has some shape and some muscle when you get up on top of it. Yeah, he's a little greener in terms of his maturity, but that's okay. He's kind of set where he needs to in terms of his blade, foot, and forearm up front. He tracks good enough and wide enough from behind. Maybe not quite as crisp in his top shape, but there's still plenty of time for him to mature and get to that. Nice bear to have landing here in second. Young lady's gilt that we have here in 3, very shapely top kind of a gilt. Love the expression of muscle as you get up on top of her. Very extended up through her front end. Within this contemporary group, maybe she gets just a little straighter, a little more upright in her shoulder. Like to drop a little more body and belly in that one. Soften her up in the middle part of her body in order to move up any higher. And the young lady that we have it for, really big scale kind of a gilt, extended up through her front end. Like those things about her exceptionally well. You get up on top of this one. I don't know if she's got quite the sheer shape of muscle, particularly right out of the backside of her blade as those hogs up ahead of her. We can stouten her up and give her just a notch more muscle dimension as we get through their ham and stifle in order to move up. Excellent class here. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Landry Frushi, the breed champion, Jagger Hunter Reserve breed. In third, Rayleigh J. Mason, and fourth, Weatherbeast Vedra. Bringing in our first class of Durocs, Brennan Torres, Kanan Art, Gentry Juan, Jagger Hunter, and Grant Wagner. If you got a Peewee that's wanting to do showmanship, be sure and go to the office and sign up. They are responsible for getting their own pig to show. Please sign up by 10:30. This is for Peewee showmanship. As a reminder, immediately after the show, we'd ask anyone that can please stick around, help us get everything cleaned up so we can then get everything set up for our sale tomorrow, immediately after the show.
we get into our first class of Durocs, you know, we've got a few of these at home, and you never know what you're going to get in the first class of Durocs because of the way sometimes they mature and things. But with that said, this is a very, very good class, and I think an elite kind of a bear to start the class off with. This is when it wins the class. You talk about one tall-shouldered, really extended up through his front end kind of a bear, and yet still has bone and foot. He's so comfortable in terms of the way he gets out and goes on his feet and legs. Comes at you great to the base of his chest, particularly for the size and weight that he is right now. Awfully, awfully nice bear here to win this class. Not to take anything away from the young lady's bear we have here in second, because another one I think has a tremendous amount of good to him. This is a heavy bone, stout made kind of a bear. Huge blade, foot, and forearm in this guy. Like that about him, except you get off to the side and you study him, and I just love to extend his neck just a fraction, tie him in the hair differently from his jaw down to his throat, just a little bit, give him a little more extended kind of a look up front. But that's a stout, wide-bodied one, really opened up in the center part of his rib. Awfully nice bear to be landing here in 2. Third, fourth, and fifth gets a little closer. The bear in 3 is really an extended fronted one. Really like the shape and power as you get up on top of him. Doesn't track quite as wide as he goes away from us. Like to square him just a hair differently from his hock down to his foot as he comes to us as well. He's maybe one that you like in terms of his blade and forearm. Maybe wants to get just a little closer together down at the ground, but it's still a good design bear. One that's extended, still has shape and muscle. The home man's home we have in 4. Another one that's got tremendous amount of product in him. Shape in the upper part of his top line is extremely good. It's a little softer in terms of his front foot placement than what you'd term ideal. Like to raise him up on his toes. Just give him a little more ease of movement, if you will, up through his front end in order to move up any higher. And the young lady's bear that we have down here in 5. A bear that you like the center part of his body and flanking him. Good kind of condition over his rib. Maybe one that's not quite as extended up through his front end. You get behind him and watch him go. Kind of pushes the envelope in terms of his hock placement, but an awfully good body kind of a bear. Nice class here. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations, guys. Grant Wagner's in first, Gentry 1 second, Brendan Torres 3rd, Jagger Hunter 4th, and Kanan Art 5th. Bringing in our next class of Durocs, Brennan Sage, Scarlett Poole, Haley Nicholson, and Maisie Ann Mason. I'd also like to give a big thank you to all of our sponsors. We've got the big screen TV up here that's rolling through all of them. If you see any of these people, be sure and give them big thanks. Without them, we would not be able to do this. Also, be sure and thank all of our ag teachers and parents and anyone that's helped out with all these animals. They've been a huge help to all the kids.
Another very good class of red ones here to work through, and I think as this top pair comes back out here and you get to really breaking them down and study them, the place to stay in there, the place to start is the young lady's gilt that comes across the ring here. Tell about one that's so flexible on either end of her skeleton, combines that with some balance and eye appeal from the side. She doesn't disappoint you any in terms of when you get up on top of her and do the shape and power that she has in the upper part of her top line. Love the way this one just gets out and goes, and she looks like she can travel from here all the way back to Oklahoma and never get tired because her joints work right, everything's laid in appropriately. The gilt that we have here in second, another one that you have to be appreciative of in terms of being very heavy boned, stout featured kind of a gilt. One that's good in terms of the openness that he has to the center part of her body, great shape and muscle as you get up on top of her, and yet maybe gets a little more timid out of her hind leg, like to just get her out and get her going just a little hair easier in terms of her length of stride, maybe just make her a little more comfortable, if you will, particularly off of those rear two, in order to make her just a little more ideal. Liked a lot of things about the young lady's bear that we have here in 3. This is a stout mongrel. When you talk about muscle shape and power, lots of dimensions as you get up on top and behind him. Again, one that we'd like to redesign just a little on his feet and legs. He has one kind of wants to tuck and dive his hind leg up under, just a little more than ideal. Like to get him out and just be a little more comfortable, particularly up through his front shoulder as well, in order to move up any higher. Young lady's gilt we have down here in 4, heavy bone, big footed kind of a gilt, great kind of shape in the upper part of her skeleton. She maybe wants to close just a little more down at the ground in terms of her width of skeleton, wants to close a little bit from her hock down to her foot as you watch her go away, but a real shapely kind of a gilt, good kind of muscle shape in her. Love the bone and foot size in that one as well. Great set of hogs out here. Kids are doing an excellent job. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations, Haley Nicholson first, Brennan Sage second, Scarlett Poole third, and Maisie Ann Mason fourth. Bringing in the next class, Cambry Kitchens, Clayton Monroe, Lexi Ray Woolley, and Weatherby Saavedra. Don't forget, parents, if you've got Peewee showmen, be sure and sign up at the office by 10:30. And y'all are responsible for finding your own pig to bring into the show ring.
Well, they just keep coming. It's been a very good red show thus far, and the bear that wins this class is one that does so many good things right, I guess is the best way to put it, because one is a balanced kind of a bear from the side. He's extended up through his front end, and yet just gets out and goes in terms of his feet and leg placement. But he gets him on the fast track right there with his head up. That one reaches and goes extremely good on either end of his skeleton. You know, he's not the most powerful thing in the world right now, but he's kind of reads right in terms of his maturity and where he's at within this pattern. Really good balance, really sound-footed kind of a bear, like a lot of things about him. The gilt we have in 2, love the muscle shape and power in that gilt. Really good in terms of the squareness that she has right out of the top of her blade. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind her. You know, you get off to the side, and I guess to me, maybe gets a little shorter, a little crestier about her neck. Like to take a little more of that pole out of the top of her neck, if you will. Just give her a little smoother kind of a look, and yet she's a heavy-boned, stout-made kind of a gilt. In comparison with that gilt or bear that wins the class, maybe it's just a fraction straight and upright in her shoulder, just like the lengthen around stride out of her front end, just a fraction. I thought it was close between her and the one that we have here in 3, because the one in 3 is definitely more extended up through her front end, a little more length in terms of her neck placement, if you will. Like that about her exceptionally well. Get behind that gilt and watch her go. She wants to twist out of her hip just a little more than ideal. We can just lengthen her hip, change how she goes out of her hind too, and we can make that pair even closer. Young lady told me we have down here in 4, another good pattern kind of a gilt from the side, good kind of extension up through her front end. Maybe not quite as powerful when you talk about muscle shape and overall dimension, like you just widen her out all the way through her skeleton in order to move up any higher. Excellent class of Durocs. Let's congratulate them.
Clayton Monroe first, Cambry Kitchen second, Luxury Woolley third, Weatherby's Phaedra fourth. Bringing the last class at Duroc, we got Rhett Wan, Preston Ralston, and Laney Trimble.
Just 3 in this class, and yet still a lot of quality and a lot of good within this group. The young man's bear that wins the class, I think one does so just in terms of overall muscle and width of body, if you will, all the way through. Really like the openness that all has to the center part of his rib. Big chest, big forearm in him. You know, he's just about right in terms of his pastern set up front. He's not too low, and yet he's still comfortable in terms of the way he gets out and goes. good kind of shape, good kind of power in that one here to win this class. The home comes in 2. Another one that you like a lot of things about from a profile standpoint, really extended up through his front end. You get on top and behind him, and I don't know if he's packs quite enough punch in terms of muscle shape and power right now. I think this one, with a feed bucket, you kind of turn him loose, get in some shape in him, and get some power back behind him. That one gets awfully good later on down the road. Young lady's gilt we have down here in 3, really like the extension in that gilt, really like the shape in the upper part of her top line. You get back behind her and watch her go, and I'd like to see her just a little more comfortable in terms of her feet and leg placement. She too is maybe one you'd like to open up right in the center part of her rib, just a fraction, give her a little more barrel there in order to move up any higher. Nice class of these heavyweights. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations, Preston Ralston, Brett Wan, and Laney Trimble. Coming back for the Breed Drive, Champion Drive, Grant Wagner, Haley Nicholson, Clayton Monroe, and Preston Ralston.
Very, very good set of class winners. We bring them back here to pick our champion, and I'll be honest with you, I think there comes down to a pair of them for me, and yet they don't look a whole lot alike, and I'm okay with that. To me, it doesn't matter where you go and what you do, when you start adding up positives and negatives and things and how they come, sometimes they can look a little bit different, but I think there's a pair of them that it gets somewhat close between. Within that pair, I think there's one that maybe just for today, he's a little square right behind. He loved this thing's blade and forearm and the way he opens up in his chest, big in the center part of his rib. You know, like I said, we've got a few of these red sows at home. The only thing I hope is he's got a real good brush at home, because he's got that kind of hair that's a little waspy to have to deal with. The heavyweight's your champion.
Brett Wan from Class 7.
Good second place bear that comes out, as we talked to him earlier, in terms of shape and pattern and just look from the size, extremely good. There's another one that just lit me up, I'll be honest with you, and I think this thing has got great days down the road. Love this thing in terms of the stoutness of features, stoutness of skull, bone, and foot. You know, maybe he's going through just a little bit of a growth spurt, but at the same time, you keep this thing in check in terms of where he is on his feet and legs. I think this has got a killer future. That lightweight's going to be a reserve.
Congratulations to your Duroc breed champion, Preston Ralston, and reserve breed, Grant Wagner. kicking off the Hampshire class with Allison Lackey, Brisbane Art, Jagger Hunter, Regan Art, and Scarlett Poole. Just as a reminder, we are doing the adult showmanship this year. This is a fun event for all the exhibitors to get back to their parents and teachers for over the past year. It's $5 to sign you up, and if you get signed up, it's $10 to get out, and you can put anyone in as long as you want. Please give us Jodan or Kendall, and this will be open until the grand drive. Not much.
Fun class of lightweight Hampshires here to work through, and a pair of them, I think, that kind of sneaked herself on up to the forefront. Within that pair, the young lady's bear that wins this class is one that's just so balanced from the side. Really extended up through his front end. Great kind of shape out of the backside of his blade. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. And this thing's got a running gear when he gets out and goes in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton. Just so comfortable in terms of the way he gets out and goes. Love the center body depth and flank, the condition that he's got over his rib. Just one that I think kind of needs to win the class and move himself on up to the top end. Not to take anything away from the young lady's pair in second. I think this one's got an awfully good future for himself later on down the road. This one's extended and yet got a great look from the side. The way his head and neck comes out of the top of his blade is awfully good when she gets him cranked up. You get down to the ground. I don't know if he's quite as stout in terms of his bone as the bear that wins the class. He's just a little greener in terms of his makeup, but it's all there. It's all just a matter of time. Awfully nice bear here to be landed in second. Hog we have coming in three, another one that you like in terms of his center body depth and flank, good kind of length of side. Maybe you like to make him just a notch taller at the point of his shoulder, linking him out of his hip, balancing from the side just a hair better than what he is here today. But that one's got good kind of shape and good kind of muscle, good kind of depth of body and flank and heel. Hogs in 4 and 5. Young lady's hog in 4, tremendous shape as you get in the upper part of his top line, good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. He's maybe one that gets a little more timid off of his hind leg in terms of the way he gets out and goes. Just like to have him reach and go and kick his hawk out behind him just a notch better than what he does in order to move up. And the young lady's bear in 5, another soft-centered kind of a bear, good kind of extension up through his front end. Maybe one that's not quite as crisp and distinct in terms of his shape up high. You like to square him up right out of the top of his blade. Excellent class of Hampshires. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Scarlett Poole in first, Allison Lackey in second, Jagger Hunter in third, Brisbane Art in fourth, and Regan Art in fifth. Starting out with our second class of Hamps, Maya Luther, Nathan Van Beek, Peyton Van Beek, Trip Trimble, and Piper Poole. As a reminder, we are live streaming today off of our Bi-County Facebook page. If you have someone that is not able to make it today, let them know. Go to Bi-County Facebook page and click watch.
Right down, Pete. Right down.
Excellent class actors here to work through it as we get up here in the top end. The gilt that wins the class is one that I think just kind of overpowers in terms of just stoutness of feature and stoutness in terms of shape and power as you get up on top of her. Great kind of thickness as you get back behind her. You know, maybe you could raise her just ever so slightly right there at the point of her shoulder, but that's being awfully nitpicky of one that just within this class in terms of her stoutness and shape and power. The openness that she has to the center part of her body is exceptionally good. Young ladies, we have here in two. Love this one from the side in terms of her extension up through her front end. Really good silhouette from the side. Like her balance in her. You get up on top of her. I don't think she opens up quite as bold. Right behind her blade is that gilt that wins the class. You get behind her and watch her go. Every once in a while, she kind of wants to push the envelope just a little bit in terms of her hock placement. You get into the center part of her body, and she's just a little flatter through her forearm in comparison to that gilt that wins the class. But a great design gilt, super attractive from the side. Got a lot of neat pieces in her. The bear that comes in 3. A lot of things you like about him. Side profile, extension, balance from the side. Awfully good. Love this guy's bone and footwork, if you will. You get down at the ground as he comes and goes to you and away from you. Just need to widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton. We'll give him more overall muscle shape and muscle power, muscle width, if you will, when you get up on top of it. But love the silhouette of that one. Love the balance and eye appeal from the side. Young ladies, get what we have here in 4. Another one, it's a very shapely, muscular kind of a gilt. Just like to soften her up in the middle part of her body, drop a little more depth of body and flank in her. And the young man's hog who goes out next. Another one is you really got lots of muscle in, good kind of depth of body and flanking heel. Just like to balance him a hair differently from the side, make him a notch taller at the point of his blade, lengthen him out of his hip just a fraction. Excellent class here at Hampshire's. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Nathan Van Beek, Peyton Van Beek, Piper Poole in 3rd, Maya Luther in 4th, and Trick Trimble in 5th. Coming in with the 3rd class of Hamps, we got Brayley Heiser, Brendan Torres, Trick Trimble, Gentry Wan, Colt Wan, Georgia Besner, and Kaya Ortiz. Just a reminder, please go over to the office and let Shelby want to sell tomorrow.
Well, we definitely turned up the heat as we got into this class, and I think this top trio is awfully good. And you know, we don't do that all the time as far as sending 3 of them to the scales, but I thought within this class we needed to just kind of let them go over there and rest and run through, and we bring them back out. And the one that you just keep coming back to, as far as the one that's the hardest to put a big hole in, is the young lady's bear here that comes across. This one, in terms of balance from the side, shape and power in the upper part of his top line, great kind of depth of body and flank. And you'll get tired of hearing me say it, but this one can go all day in terms of the way he can go on his feet and legs. His angles are correct. His length of stride is good. Awfully nice kind of a bear here to win the class. You know, I hate it every once in a while when we get beat by one just because he's not the heaviest boned one in the drive. He's not the heaviest boned one in the drive, and yet at the same time, his bone matches the shape and power that he has up high. Nice bear here to win. The hog we have here in second, really shapely and powerful. When you talk about muscle dimension and overall mass, love the power and dimension that she has. You know, you get to watching her go, particularly off of her hind leg. Every once in a while, she kind of wants to push that thing a little more outside of her body than maybe what you deem ideal. More than anything, I just love to extend her through her neck, making just her pole just a little bit thinner in terms of the top part of her, top side of her neck. We could just thin her out there, extend her up through her front, makes that pair even closer. Love so many things about this bear that we have here in 3. You talk about one that's dialed in terms of skin and hair. Love the angulation that he has up through his front end. Good kind of length of stride off of his hind leg. You get into this guy, and I think down at the ground is where we got to change him just a little. Need to widen him out in the lower part of his chest floor, widen him out from his hop to the ground in order to move up any higher. But that thing is really good in a lot of different areas. I think that one with the feed bucket, that one gets awfully good later on down the road. We come down here, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Again, a lot of quality and a lot of good. Young man's hog here, we're closest to me. Big body, kind of a deal. Like to change her off of her hind leg. She gets a little tighter, a little more timid there. Young ladies, we give her here a good one in terms of length of body and length of side. Just like to widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton. The next pair of hogs that we had that we went out the gate with, big body, kind of a deal. Like to see her handle just a little bit better in terms of her feet and leg. And the other young lady's gill was a bigger scale, longer body gill. Like that about her. Just got a little shallower through the middle part of her body. Like to see her track wider from her hog to the ground. Excellent class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Congratulations to Brady Heiser first, Colt Juan second, Georgia Besner third, Brendan Torres fourth, Gentry Juan fifth, Trip Trimble sixth, and Kaya Ortiz seventh. Coming in with your last class of hams, we've got Mason Rashadi, Angel Lujan, Cash Forey, Camry Grace Lenz, and Alexandra Montez. We've got a list of adult showmanship right now, so listen up for your name. Kevin Burns, Gene Lowry, Mr. Eric Diaz, Mr. Gene Frishy, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller, John Besner, Kelly Kitchens, Nathan Diaz, Kyle Kitchens, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Clayton Carroll, Todd Forey, and Mr. Seth Ralston. Y'all are all signed up. If you want to get out, you have to come pay $10. And if you pay $10, you can be paid back in.
We get out here in our heavyweight class of Hampshires, and I think the young lady brings us a bear that's still got a tremendous amount of good to him. When you talk about one that's got lots of shape and power, particularly on the backside of his blade, good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. Still keeps it in a very collective package in terms of the way he gets out and handles his feet and legs. Good pattern, one that's dialed in extremely good in terms of his skin and hair as well. Young man's gilt that we have here in second, another one that you have to be appreciative of the extension up through her front end. Good kind of overall thickness as you get right on top of her, particularly out of her blade in comparison with some of the rest of them we have in class. You get back behind her, I like to track her just a notch wider from her hop to the ground, give her just a little more flair to her lower part of her ham and stifle in order to move up any higher. Third, we got a gilt that we appreciate in terms of having some shape and muscularity. I like to change her on her feet and legs just a little bit, maybe have her be just a little more comfortable in terms of the way she gets out and goes. Gilt that we have in 4-5, another one that you like the extension up through her front end, just gets a little drier, a little harder through the middle part of her body than what your term ideal, and yet she's wide enough chested and big enough bladed, gets over the young man's home that we have down here in 6. Another one that you're 5 that you learn to like in terms of extension, just gets a little too shallow through the middle part of his body, like to give him more depth of body and flank in order to move up. Nice class of these heavyweight Hampshires. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Alexandra Montez in first, Angel Lujan in second, Cambry Grace Lenz in third, Mason Rashavi in fourth, and Cash Forey in fifth. Bringing back out now our class winners: Scarlett Poole, Nathan Van Beek, Braylee Heiser, and Alexandra Montez. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors today. If you look up on the big screen TV, as you see them scroll across, please, if you see them walking around today or tomorrow, thank them. Without them, this would not be possible.
Very, very good set of class winners out here, and I think there's maybe a pair of them that it gets somewhat closer between, and yet with that said, there's one that I guess in terms of a balanced look from the side, in terms of the way I like them to look from the side, the levelness that this thing has to his hip, and just can get out and go all day long. The one that suits me best is the white-footed one on the far side. He'll be your champion.
Coming back out, Colt Juan.
Very shapely, powerful gilt that comes out and that was second in that class, and we talked to her back there about how much power and dimension she has. You know, maybe we could change her just a little in terms of the way she gets out and goes up to her front shoulder, and yet I love just the extra shape and power and dimension it has. There's another one that I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard. Well, I think this one's got a great kind of a future for himself later on down the road. In comparison, I don't know if he's quite as long out of his hip. I don't know if he's quite as level out of his hip as that one that we use for champion, but a tremendous individual. Young lady's lightweight will be reserved.
Congratulations to our breed champion Hamp, Braylee Heiser, and reserve breed Scarlett Poole. Going to go ahead and kick off our land race with Brisbane Art, Haley Nicholson, Preston Ralston, and Jalen Miller. want to sign your kid up for a Peewee showmanship, you have 30 minutes. Please go over to the office and sign in on the door. You are responsible for getting your own pig.
Interesting class of Landrace here to work through, and the bear that starts the class is one that I guess I'm just a little more comfortable with in terms of where he goes on his feet and legs on both ends of his skeleton. Love the center body depth and flank and the openness that he has to the middle part of his body. Good kind of dimension as you get up on top of it. You know, I'm not going to tell you he's his crispest backed one in terms of his shape up high, but he's still yet a hog that's got plenty of muscle as he gets out and goes exceptionally well on his feet and legs. The crisp back one is the one that we have here in 2. Love the shape and expression as you get up on top of her, the extension she has up through her front end. You get down at the ground. I just love the stoutness of it up in terms of bone and foot size. More than anything, when you get back behind her and watch her go, she kind of wants to push the envelope in terms of her hock placement. We can just square her ever so slightly, bring her back inside of herself. We can make that pair even closer. Hog in 3, really a good pattern bear from the side, extended up through his front end. You get up on top and behind him, and I don't know if he's got quite enough muscle dimension and muscle shape as you get up in comparison. Like to give him more flair in the lower part of his ham and stifle in order to move up. And the young lady's bear that we have down here in 4, probably one of the heavier bone hogs that we have within the drive, and yet with that, we'd like to balance him a hair differently from the side, relax him down in his top line, change how he goes off of his hind leg, make him a little more comfortable. Nice class of Landrace here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Congratulations to your Landrace breed champion, Preston Ralston, reserve breed, Haley Nicholson, 3rd, Jalen Miller, and 4th, Brisbane Art. Next up is our Poland class, Peyton Ralston, Grant Wagner, Bristol Sage, Cambry Kitchens, and Kane Kitchens. I'd like to thank our junior board members that are helping work the ring today. They're wearing the black shirts, so if you see them, give them big thanks. Veronica Ballou, Joe Clay, Levi Crane, Kirsten Besner, Jace Buckingham, and Erilyn Myers. And we'd also like to thank Bridget Nicholson and Erilyn Myers for helping out on our webcast.
Very good set of Polands here to work through. The young lady's got a barrow that I think is extremely good in a lot of different areas. I mean, you talk about one that's balanced from the side, opened up all the way through, still gets out and handles his feet and legs exceptionally good. You get up on top of this guy, and you talk about one that's boned in the center part of his rib, good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. This thing comes at you like a Mack truck in terms of his blade and forearm, and still just gets out and flies across the ring. Nice hog here to win this class. The hog we have here in second, I think most nearly falls from a quality standpoint, one that you really appreciate in terms of having some design, some extension, some flexibility, good kind of shape in the upper part of her top line. Maybe wants to get just a little more wrinkled there in her ham loin. Doesn't track quite as wide from her hock to the ground as in comparison to that hog that wins the class. Third, the young man's gilt here, another one that you really appreciate the bone and foot size and the stoutness of feature. Maybe another one you like to see just a notch taller at the point of her blade, balance her just a hair differently. She wants to get plenty soft down on her front foot, kind of wants to make her lumber just a little more out of her front end than maybe what you'd term ideal. But a good kind of a gilt to be landing here in 3, 4, and 5. A nice pair of hogs here, a stout, heavy bone one that we have in 4. Like to change that one just a little in terms of his feet and leg placement from his hock down to his foot as you view him from behind. And the young lady's gilt that comes out, another one that you like in terms of having that extra extension. Gets a little drier, a little harder through the middle part of her body. Like to drop some extra belly and a little more flank in her in order to move her up any higher. Nice class of Polands here. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to our breed champion Peyton Ralston and reserve Cambry Kitchens. Third, Kane Kitchens. Fourth, Grant Wagner. And fifth, Bristol Sage. Kicking off our spot class, we're going to have Grant Wagner, Clayton Monroe, and Jaden Buckingham.
we get in here to our spotted show, and I think we've got an awfully good class. And within this group, the young man's bear that wins this class is, man, when he gets him cranked like that right there, he's lights out in terms of his balance and look from the side and extension up through his front end. Combines that with some bone and foot size and just some overall toughness look, if you will. Good kind of shape in the upper part of his top line, good kind of dimension. I'm a little more comfortable with his hind leg in terms of where it's consistent the way he places it from his hock down to his foot to the ground, and just a little more free and easy, if you will, in terms of the way he gets out and goes across the ring than the one that we have here in second. One in second, I like the extension up through this hog's front exceptionally well. Good kind of rib shape in that one, good kind of squareness out of the top of his blade. He's got a lot of muscle when you get back behind him, and yet every once in a while he kind of wants to push his hock just a little more than what you'd term ideal. Like to square him and just make him a little truer down at the ground in terms of the way he gets out and goes, in terms of his overall length of stride and where he plants it. But that one's got shape, that one's got muscle. Nice bear to be landing here in second. Gilt that we have here in three, another big bodied kind of a gilt, good kind of overall muscle pattern and muscle dimension in her as well. Of the top trio, I don't think that she's one that maybe quite as good in terms of her center part of her body. Like to put a little more condition over her rib, drop a little more flank in her, just make her a little softer in the middle part of her body to run with those two up ahead of her. Nice class of spots, let's congratulate them.
Congratulations, Clayton Monroe first, Grant Wagner second, and Jaden Buckingham third. Bringing in the next class, Landry Frishy, Hannah Beerbaum, and Laney Trimble. As a reminder, our adult showmanship, we've got several names up here. If you want to get off, you can pay $10, or if you don't want to be put back on, you can pay $100. Looking at you, Mr. Fisher. Our showmen right now are Kevin Burns, Gene Lowry, Eric Diaz, Gene Frishy, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller, John Besner, Kelly Kitchens, Nathan Diaz, Kyle Kitchens, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Clayton Caraway, Todd Forey, Seth Ralston, Scott Van Beek, and Mr. Jake Van Beek. And if you're wanting to sign your kid up for Peewee showmanship, be sure and go to the office and sign up. You've got 10 minutes. We've just had another addition to our adult showmanship, Mr. Chris Winings.
3 here in another spot class, and I think of a little bit of trade-off, if you will, between amongst the trio. And yet with that, the one that I keep coming back to is the one that I think just comes at you a notch wider and bolder through the base of her chest floor. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of a gill. The one is still sound and flexible on her feet and legs. You know, is she the crispest in terms of her shape, and particularly out of the backside of her blade? Probably not. But at the same time, she's got good kind of body and flank, good kind of mass, good kind of dimensional muscle. And like I said, her bone, foot, forearm, the way she comes at you through the base of her chest floor, what gets her over the gilt that we have in 2. The gilt in 2, there's no doubt. If you want to just study kind of shape, top shape, if you will, when you get up on top of it, you have to be impressed with. Got a good kind of flare and dimension to the center and lower part of her ham and stifle as she goes away. So you can see a little drier, a little harder through the middle part of her body than maybe what you'd term ideal. Every once in a while you get to watching her, she kind of wants to push the envelope just a little in terms of her hot placement as she goes away, like to square her and make her just a little more comfortable in that regard. Big body kind of a gilt that we have down here in 3. One is really good in terms of the condition through the center part of her body. Just like to make her a notch taller at the point of her blade, extend her up to her front end, make her just a notch more attractive from the side. That one's got muscle, that one's got dimension, that one's got body. We just like to put it in a little more attractive kind of a package from the side. Nice class of spots here. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Landry Frishy, Hannah Beerbaum in 2nd, and Laney Trimble in 3rd. Bringing out our 3rd class of spots with Maisie Ann Mason, Cambry Grace Wins, Kyle Ortiz, and Brendan Torres. If you see any of our Bi-County Livestock Show board members walking around today working, please be sure and give them a big thank you. Without them, this would not be possible. They've worked year-round for this to put on a great show for these kids, so be sure and give them a big thank you.
forehead here in this next class of spots, and I think we have a pair of them that kind of move their cell phone up to the forefront. And yet, with that said, the one that I think wins the class does so quite handily in terms of one that's balanced from the side, stout in terms of her feature and her bone and her foot size, good in the center part of her body, good kind of shape and muscularity as you get up top of her. You know, it's one of those deals that you have to deal with just a little bit, and yet I'd love to iron a little wrinkle right out of her ham loin, but other than that, that one's stout, that one's powerful, that one's opened up, still good on her feet and legs. Again, we have here in second, another one that you like in terms of having a super attractive look up through her front end, great kind of shape in the upper part of her skeleton. She's not as stout in terms of her bone and foot size as the gilt that wins the class. You get into the center part of her body. I'd just like to drop a little more midsection in her, if you will, open her up to the center part of her rib, drop a little more flank in her in order to move up any higher today. Third and fourth gets a little bit closer. The gilt in threes, another one that's got tremendous kind of muscle shape and muscle power. Like to change how she is right there in her ham loin. Have her take just a little easier kind of a stride off of her hind leg. And the young lady's gilt that we have in for big scale, long body kind of a gilt, extended up to her front end. We just need to drop a little more midsection in her, give her more depth of body and flank, have her go just a notch easier off of her hind leg. Excellent class of these spotted hogs. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to Brendan Torres first, Kaya Ortiz second, Mazianne Mason third, and Cambry Grace Lynn's in fourth. Coming out for our spot champion drive, we've got Clayton Monroe, Landry Frishy, and Brendan Torres.
Three very good class winners. We get out here to pick our champion, and you know, each one of them I think have an area or two that you're very impressed with, and where maybe they excel the other group within this drive, and yet each one of them got maybe one or two little things you'd like to tweak just a fraction. One I just keep coming back to in terms of one that's got my kind of look from the side, bone, foot size, big blade, big forearm. You know, I talked about her wrinkle just a little bit, maybe her attitude, something else we'd like to change, but that's an awfully good one. The heavyweight will be your champion.
Come back out, Kaya Ortiz.
Very unique kind of a second place gilt comes out as we talked earlier in terms of her extension up through her front end, good kind of shape and power up as you get up on top of her. I could drop a little more body and flank in her. I thought there was another one that I guess as we work through those classes that, I mean, when this one gets dialed in as far as where their head and neck is and everything, love the center body depth and flank in this one. One that I think's got a tremendous kind of a future. The lightweight's going to be your reserve.
Congratulations to our spot breed champion, Brendan Torres, and our reserve breed, Clayton Monroe. Kicking off our Yorkshire breed, Allison Lackey, Nathan Van Beek, and Kinsley Frishy. We've had some more additions to our adult showmanship. Once again, the names are Kevin Burns, Gene Lowry, Eric Diaz, Gene Frishy, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller, John Besner, Kelly Kitchens, Nathan Diaz, Kyle Kitchens, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Clayton Caraway, Todd Corey, Seth Ralston, Scott Bamby, Jake Bamby, Chris Winans, Pat Lins, Wade Lins, Jodon Henry, and Bob Bailey. If you want to get out, you can pay $10, or if you want to stay off forever, you can pay $100. And it's only $5 to enter your favorite ag teacher, mom, dad, uncle, cousin. Be sure and come see Kendall up here to get them signed up.
Great way to start our Yorkshire show off, and I think an awfully good kind of a class. The bear that wins the class, I think, is one that you really impressed with in terms of not only the shape and muscularity when you get up on top of him, but this thing comes at you great through the base of his chest floor in terms of where he is at his knee. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of a bear, one that can get out and fly and go on his feet and legs exceptionally well. He's a little more attractive up through his front end in terms of his head and neck carriage than the bear that we have in second. Love that thing in terms of the shape and extra crispness that he has in the top part of his skeleton. The bear in 2, you talk about depth of body and flank and real productive in his look. You like those things about him. This one's still got muscle and still got power, and yet when you get down at the ground, I don't know if he's quite as stout in terms of his feature, in his bone and foot size. He wants to tie just a hair differently from his jawline into his shoulder. Like you get just trim him up there, have him a little more extended kind of a look. Young ladies, we have down here in 3 another one that you like in terms of about extra length of body and length of skeleton. Tremendous shape up high. One that gets just a little harder through the middle part of her body. Like to put a little more cover over her rib, softer through the middle part of her body in order to move up. Nice class of Yorkshires here. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, Nathan Van Beek, followed by Allison Lackey and Kinsley Frishy. Bringing in your second class, we got Kennedy Fisher, Peyton Ralston, and Courtney Beeson.
We get into this second class of Yorkshires here, and the young lady brings one that I think is awfully good in a lot of different areas. You talk about one that's got shape and muscle and power as you get up on top and behind him, and yet you step off to the side, and this thing's still balanced plenty good from the side. Stout in his bones, stout in his mug, like that about him, and see if you can get out and go in terms of his feet and leg placement. Nice bear here to win this class. The hog we have in second, I think most nearly follows him in terms of the width that he has through his blade, the power that he has in his top line. You know, he doesn't come at you quite as wide and bold as that bear that wins the class, but he's still got overall width and overall power to him. Like that about him exceptionally well. Ever so slightly gets a little easier in his top line than maybe what you'd term ideal. Like to strengthen his spine and just give him a little more level look than he has here to be a little more closer to ideal. Young lady's bear that we have coming next, another one that you like the center body depth in him. Great silhouette from the side in terms of his balance. You get on top and behind him. I've just got to see a little more muscle volume in him. Widen him out in the lower part of his structure, give him more power all the way through in order to move up. Great class of Yorkshires. Kids are doing an incredible job. Let's congratulate them with a round of applause.
Congratulations, Peyton Ralston first, Courtney Deason second, and Kennedy Fisher third. Coming back out for your Yorkshire drive, Nathan Van Beek and Peyton Ralston.
Just two classes of these Yorkshires, and yet a very good set of class winners that we bring out here to pick for our champion. You know, we can talk about them individually, and yet at the same time, they're both hogs that have got quality and got good to them. They're hogs that are shapely up high, good kind of muscle when you get back behind them. They're sound and flexible on their feet and legs. I guess to me, though, there's one, though, that maybe just ties a few more things together in terms of the way he is right behind his blade, gets out and goes with an extra length of stride. Nice bear. Young lady that wins a heavy place, so I have a heavy class will have your chance. Second place bear comes out. As we talked to him before, I thought within that class was the other one that had good kind of width and good kind of power in him. Like to strengthen him in his top line just a hair, but an awfully good kind of a bear in his own right. Another one that pushed that champion exceptionally hard in terms of having shape, power, and yet still good on his feet and legs. That's the lightweight Peewee Reserve.
Congratulations to your Yorkshire breed champion Peyton Ralston and your reserve breed Nathan Van Beek. Kicking off your dark crossbreed, you've got Jagger Hunter, Camry Lynn, Madeline Bailey, Piper Poole, Scarlet Poole, Madeline Bailey, and Grant Wagner. The adult showmanship. This money does go to the kids' scholarship fund. So, with that being said, we've had quite a few sign up, and only one individual so far has paid to get off. The names on the sign up sheet are Kevin Burke, Gene Lowry, Eric Diaz, Gene Frishy, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller. John Besner has paid to get off. He can be bought back in. Kelly Kitchens, Nathan Diaz, Kyle Kitchens, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Clayton Caraway, Todd Forey, Seth Ralston, Scott Van Beek, Jake Van Beek, Chris Swinings, Pat Lenz, Wade Besner, Joe Don Henry, Bob Bailey, and the latest addition is Miss Mandy Rashavi has been paid to put in, and Besner is back in.
Well, as we get into our crossbred show, I think we've got an awfully good class to start off with. And the young lady's bear that wins the class is one that I think does just put into the most totals, if you will, in terms of one that's really good in terms of his balance from the side, and yet combines that with some stoutness of skull and stoutness of feature. He's really good in the center part of his body, great in the shape as you get up on top of him and just get out and flies and goes on his feet and legs. Nice kind of a bear here to win the class. Not to take anything away from the young lady's bear that he has in second. Really like the extended look that he has up through his front end. Great kind of crispness and shape as you get up on top of him. You know, maybe he wants to get down just a little further on his front foot than maybe what you'd term ideal, but at the same time, that one's one that's still got muscle shape, still got muscle power. Good kind of a bear here to be landed in second. The hog we have in three, really big body kind of a bear. Love the condition that he has to the center part of his body and the center part of his rib. Good kind of muscle as you get back behind him. Gets a little more hesitant on either end of his skeleton. Almost gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder. Doesn't take as long and fluid kind of a stride off of his hind to change those things about him, and we can definitely bring him up. Young lady's bear we have in four, a great pattern kind of a bear. Good kind of depth of body and flank in him. You get up on top and behind him, and I don't know if he's got quite as much to him in terms of muscle shape and overall muscle dimension. We can change that about him, widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton. We can definitely move him up in class. We come down here, 5, 6, and 7. Again, still a lot of quality and a lot of good within the group. Our young man's hog on the far side is one that you like in terms of his depth of body. Change him off of his hind leg just a little. He too wants to get just a little more roached up in his shoulder. Young lady's hog is another one that you like in terms of having some extension up through his front end. Wants to close just a little more up through his chest floor than what you'd term ideal. Widen him out there and give him more play in forearm. Nice class of these crosses to get started. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Scarlet Pool first, Madeline Bailey second, Grant Wagner third, Piper Pool fourth, Cambry Lynn's fifth, Jagger Hunter sixth, and Madeline Bailey seventh. Come in with our second class of dark cross, Piper Pool, Georgia Besner, Scarlet Pool, Piper Pool, Brendan Torres, Bryce Vigil, and Allison Lackey.
Very, very fun class to work through, and I think it kind of falls together fairly logically for me. The young lady's bear that wins this class is one that is really, really good in terms of extension up through his front end. Great when he comes right to you in terms of the width that he has through his chest, his blade, his forearm, super fresh in the shape and expression that he has up high. He's got more punch when you talk about expression to the center, lower part of his ham and stifle, and once again, he just seems so comfortable out here in terms of his feet and leg placement, gets out and rolls and goes extremely good in terms of his feet and legs. Young lady's bear in second. A lot of things you like about this one in terms of one from the outside. Just looks like he's really, really bold, really shapely up high, and he is. He's got good kind of dimension as you get up on top and behind him. When he comes right to you, he wants to close up just a little more right through his chest floor, and he does a little the same as he goes away in terms of where he is with his hock down to his foot. Just like to set his wheels just a little further on the outside of his body. That one is dialed in terms of skin and hair though. Love the center body in that one. Love the length of stride on either end of his skeleton as well. Nice pair up here in the top end of this class. Third and fourth gets a little bit closer out here. And third, we got a bear that we can really appreciate in terms of having some depth of body and flank. Gets a little quicker in terms of the way he goes off of his hind leg. We come down here in 5, 6, and 7. Again, tremendous quality and good. Hope we'd like to change just a little in terms of the way they get out and go on their hind two. Young man's bear that we have down here in 7. Another one that you like in terms of the extension. Just simply need more body and belly in that one in order to move up. Excellent class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Congratulations, Allison Lackey, Georgia Besner, Piper Poole, Scarlett Poole, Bryce Behill, and Brendan Torres. Coming up with our third class of Dark Cross, Madeline Bailey, Brady Heiser, Georgia Besner, Luxie Ray Woolley, Peyton Ralston, Peyton Van Beek, Landry Frishy, and Brett Wan. Okay, we've had quite a few names added and a few taken off. Listen closely to who we got. Kevin Burns, Gene Lowry, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller, Kelly Kitchens, Nathan Diaz, Kyle Kitchens, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Clayton Caraway, Todd Forey, Seth Ralston, Scott Bamby, Jake Bamby, Chris Winans, Pat Lenz, Wade Lenz, Joe Don Henry, Bob Bailey, Mandy Rashavi, John Besner, Eric Diaz, Cassidy Ortiz, Garrett Lenz, Joey Reed, Brad Banks, Gator Art, Landry Heinreich, Bud Sneed, Ashley Poole, Nick McMillan, Larry Mason, and Jake Becker. please remember that immediately after the show and the showmanship, we need as much help as we possibly can to clean up everything in the pig barn and this show ring so we can get the show stage set up for tomorrow. So please hang around, help us out so we can get this done as quickly as possible. If anyone has been charging at the concession stand, please remember that you need to pay as soon as the show is over. Please pay up your bill at the concession stand.
Well, if we bring classes like this, we can go to 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon because it's starting to get real fun. This top trio, I think, is a very nice trio, and within that group, I think the one that we land on to start the class is one that just does so many things awfully good in a lot of different areas. This one is balanced from the side and yet combines that with some stoutness of skull and stoutness of feature. Great on his feet and legs in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton. He's square and true from his hock down to his foot as you get back behind him, and I think that's where he excels the other two in terms of the way he is from behind, in terms of the way he reaches and goes, and his squareness from his hock to the ground. Comes at you great through the base of his chest floor, fresh to the center part of his body. Nice pair here to win this class. This 1 and 2, you talk about one that just kind of maxes a lot of things out in terms of one that's great big bladed, big in the center part of his rib, lots of power in the upper part of his top line, good thickness as you get back behind him. Wants to wobble out of his hock ever so slightly every once in a while. You get to studying him up through his front end, and he doesn't have quite the curvature up through his shoulder, knee to foot as that bear that wins the class, but that is a big body, big centered one that's got a tremendous amount of overall product in him. I like to extend him just a little right at his neck, and I know a little bit of that is his color pattern, the way that feather falls up on top of his head, but we can just extend him a little bit in his neck as well, make that pair even closer. This one's got hair for days, and I like a lot of things about that. I commend you, young man, for working that thing the way you have. He's got lots and lots of hair, and yet it's dense, it's good, and it makes him look bulky, and it makes him look stout, and he is a dense, bulky, stout one. Get down to the ground. I got to change him just a little bit in terms of his feet and legs. You study him from behind, and he's a little coarser right there in his joint, in his hock joint. He doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably and wants to pop ever so slightly right there in his pasture. Never only got a few of those steps. He's a really big body kind of a bear, big in the center part of his body particularly. Gets a little shorter, a little crestier about his neck. We can extend him there. We can make him move even closer to that top trio. Young lady's bear that comes out here in 4, another one that's super attractive. attractive from the side, extended up through his front end. Like that about him. Really, really fresh in the shape right behind his shoulder. As you get up on top of him, of the top 4 or 5, he wants to close up just a little bit more in the lower part of his body cavity. He doesn't get quite as wide to the lower part of his chest floor, doesn't track as wide from his hock to the ground as those 3 hogs that precede him in class. Young lady's got a very well presented one that comes out next. One that's extremely attractive up through his front end. Good kind of bone and foot size in this guy. Another one that maybe wants to get just a little narrower gauge down at the lower part of his body, gets a little flatter in his rib, doesn't track quite as wide from his hock to the ground. Change those things about him, we can definitely move him up. We come down here, 6, 7, and 8. Again, hogs have still got a lot of quality and good to them. Young lady's skill's got a great big massive back in her in terms of shape, power. Needs to be a little sounder on her feet and legs. The target-headed one here, another one that's really good in his blade, in his forearm. She gets a little more wrinkled right there in her hamloin than what you'd term ideal. Gets a little more tubular right through her flank. And the young lady in 8, another one that's got all kinds of mass and shape. Need to balance her just a hair differently from the side. Change how she goes off of her hind leg. Excellent, excellent class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Congratulations. Brayley Heiser first, Peyton Ralston second, Rhett Wan third, Peyton Van Beek fourth, Georgia Besner fifth, Madeline Bailey sixth, Landry Frishy seventh, and Lexi Ray Woolley eighth. Bringing our next class of dark cross, we've got Alexandra Montez, Brennan Sage, Hayden Luther, Rebecca Roberts, Preston Ralston, Kinsley Frishy, and Haley Nicholson. We've had some more additions to our sign up for the adult showmanship. The newest addition is Tyler Carneseca. If you want to get off, you got to pay $10. Anyone that wants to get off and has been put back in, you can get off for another 10, or you can pay $100 to get off and not be put back on today. This does go to the Youth Scholarship Fund for the stock show, so be sure and support it. Amanda Rashavi, you are still in.
Very, very good class of crosses here to work through again. And as we get up here in the top end, the young ladies pair that starts the class is one that I think just gets out and just out handles the others in terms of his length and range of motion on either end of his skeleton. And yet he's still got plenty of shape, plenty of power as you get up on top of him. Really opens up right behind his blades exceptionally well. Just love the way this thing can get out and fly across the ring. So correct in terms of the curvature that he has up through his shoulder, front end, really reaches good off of his hind too in terms of his length of stride. The Bower Hogan class is the 1 and 2. This one is big, 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 and his blade and his forearm opened up extremely good right behind his blade. Tremendous kind of power as you get in the middle part of his back. You know, the worst thing about it is every once in a while he gets a little shorter strided on either end of his skeleton. If I could just lengthen his hip, have him get out and go and take a little longer, a little more fluid kind of a stride, we can make that pair even closer because I love the mass, love the bulk that thing has. Just got to see him just a notch sounder. Some of the same things can be said for the target-hitted hog that comes out next. Big blade, big forearm, tremendous power in this hog all the way through. Lots of dimension as you get back behind him. He starts getting a little more hesitant the way he goes off of his hind leg. Kind of wants to twist his hock out and his foot in down at the ground as you watch him go. He chooses another one that maybe we can tie just a hair differently from his jaw into his shoulder, giving a little more extension up through his front end. Love the center body, love the power in that one. We just had him go just a hair different in order to move up any higher. The belted one that comes next. Super attractive from the side, extended up through his front end. Of the top 4, I think he's one that maybe gets just a little drier, a little harder through the middle part of his body. Like to put more condition over his rib, drop him in his flank just a fraction in order to move up any higher. But a real good kind of a bear when you talk about balance. As we come down here in 5, 6, and 7, again, heavy bone, stout made one that comes out next. We got to see him a little sounder on his hind leg. Young lady solid black gilt, one that's extremely good from the profile in terms of being tall shouldered, extended fronted. Need to change her off of her hind too, maybe a little more body and flank in that one. And the calico that comes next, another one that's extended up through his front end, maybe one we'd like to see more center body in her, open her up in her rib, deepen in her flank. Excellent class of crosses. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations, Haley Nicholson first, Alexandra Montez second, Preston Ralston third, Kinsley Frishy fourth, Brennan Sage fifth, Hayden Luther sixth, and Rebecca Roberts seventh. Coming in with our last class of dark cross, we've got Xavier Aguirre, Landry Frishy, Peyton Ralston, Ryan Roberts, Preston Ralston, and Cash Forey. And Jack Clark has now been added to the adult showmanship, along with Tyler Carneseca. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors for helping out. Without their help this year, we would not be able to do this. So if you see any of our sponsors walking around, please give them a big thank you for everything they do for us. Just had one more addition, Michael Wilkes. You are now in adult showmanship.
We get into our heavy class here of these dark crosses, and I think we get a pair that kind of move themselves on up to the top end, if you will. And within the pair, I think the young lady's gilt is the one that when you talk about having muscle and power and yet open up in the center part of her rib exceptionally good. She just got more dimension to the center part of her body than the one we have here in second. Good kind of range of motion for the amount of power and shape that she has. Nice kind of a gilt here to win the class. One that presented extremely good in terms of skin and hair is the 1 and 2. Tremendous kind of shape as you get up on top of this guy and view him right behind his blade. You get back behind him and watch him go, and I just gotta give him a little more width at the top part of his hip, give him more dimension as you get back behind, even from the side. Maybe you just like to lengthen his hip just a fraction, give him a little leveler kind of a hip, but a good kind of a barrel, one that's still sound and functional. We can open him up to the center part of his rib as well in comparison to that one that wins the class. Young lady does a great job of driving the one that comes out next. Tremendous kind of a shape and power in the upper part of his top line as well. But the problem is when he gets right down to the ground, I need to widen this out in the lower part of his skeleton, have him track wider from his knee to his foot as he comes towards it, have him track wider from his hock to the ground as he goes away. But a big back one, really fresh in the center part of his body, like those things about him. Every once in a while, maybe on that right hind leg, wants to twist just a little more than what you'd term ideal. Chrome double when it comes out next. Another one that's still got a lot of quality and a lot of good to him. Big body, big centered kind of a barrel. Like that about him. Heavy bone, big footed. Just to get back behind him. I don't think he's got quite the flair and dimension through his ham and stifle as those hogs up ahead of him in class. We can widen him out there, give him more dimension in the lower part of his ham and stifle. We can move him up. The next pair, we can let them out together here. Next one that comes out is a bigger scale, longer body kind of an individual. Like that about him, and yet at the same time, maybe one you'd like to change just a little bit down at the ground in terms of his feet. Give him a little more depth of body in play. And the young man's got a very good pattern bearer that comes out next. One that gets a little harder, a little more tubular through the center part of his body. Give him more flair and dimension in the out part of his stifle in order to move up. Excellent class of these heavy crosses. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Peyton Ralston first, Preston Ralston second, Landry Freesey third, Xavier Gary fourth, Cash 45th, and Ryan Roberts 6th. Starting out with our dark cross breed drive, we got Scarlett Poole, Allison Lackey, Braylee Heiser, Haley Nicholson, and Peyton Ralston.
A lot of fun working through these dark cross classes, and I thought the depth of quality within each one of those classes was extremely good. So it's a lot of fun to get these class winners back out here to pick our champion, and yet with that, I think there's about 2 or 3 of them that maybe you can make a case for as far as to vie for your champion honors here today. And yet within those 2 or 3, to me there's one. If you really just start from the ground up and you talk about one that's stouter in his feature, really good in terms of his width, transitions that into a great big kind of a barrel, kind of a rib cage, lots of shape and power up high, still gets out and goes extremely good. You know, he's awfully unique, and I even talked about him in class in terms of one that's extended up through his front end, but stout as far as his skull, the one that suits me best. Young lady in the green shirt will have your champion.
Come in, Peyton Ralston.
That's a very, very competitive class that we had as we bring that second place out. As we talked to him, one that has got a lot of quality and a lot of good to him, heavy bone, big footed kind of a mare. You know, as we talked in class, that feather kind of up on his neck deters just a little bit. We'd like to extend him just a notch there. There's another one I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard. I love the attractive look that this thing has up through his front end. His waist comes at you great through the base of his chest floor. You know, honestly, I think it's just as much as anything a maturity issue. I think time will tell, and I think if this one powers up in terms of weight, he is right back from behind, gets just a little more outward flare to his ham and stifle, and I think he looks like he should in terms of maturity. This one's going to be awful fun to deal with. Young lady in the pink flowered shirt will have your return.
Congratulations to our dark cross breed champion, Braylee Heiser, and reserve champion, Allison Lackey. Starting off with our light cross, we've got Addie Carneseca, Braylee Heiser, Caden Kitchens, Kinsley Frishy, Mitchell Bailey, and Kinsley Frishy. Okay, for those of y'all that have not heard or just showed up, listen up, your name might have been added for our adult pig showmanship. It's $5 to add someone, $10 to get off, and you can be bought back in, but if you want to get out and not be put back on, a mere $100 donation to the kids' scholarship fund for the stock show will get you off for good. Those that are signed up so far: Kevin Burns, Gene Lowry, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller, Kelly Kitchens, Nathan Diaz, Kyle Kitchens, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Clayton Carraway, Todd Corey, Seth Ralston, Scott Van Beek, Jake Van Beek, Chris Winings, Pat Lenz, Wade Lenz, Jodon Henry, Bob Bailey, Mandy Rashadi, John Besner, Eric Diaz, Cassidy Ortiz, Garrett Lenz, Mr. Joey Reed, Brad Banks, Gator Art, Ashley Poole, Nick McMillan, Jake Becker, Jack Clark, Michael Wilkes, and Warren Wagner.
we get into our light cross division, and I guess to me it's awfully interesting because I'll be honest with you, this one that wins this class, if he ever decides to be a show pig out here in the ring, I think it'd be awfully good because when this one, she gets his head cranked up and gets him going, this is a very good balanced blue one that's got bone and foot size, comes at you good. Every once in a while, like I said, he wants to act like a little bit like a knucklehead out here as far as dropping his head into the dirt, but when he gets out and he gets his head up and cranked, that's an awfully good kind of a barrel. Not to take anything away from the 1 and 2, this one is so good in terms of her shape and power up high, the squareness she has to her plate to her hip. Maybe tracks a little narrower from her hock to the ground, gets a little more pinch right there at her hem-long junction of what you'd term ideal, but tremendous kind of mass, tremendous kind of shape in that one. Very nice pair up here in the top end of this class. The Gilder Hoagie comes out in 3. Just a little greener in terms of his overall makeup. Love this thing's design and bone and foot, and yet he needs to mature just a little bit more in terms of the shape and power of the upper part of his top line. That one I think got an awfully good kind of a future for himself. He's just a little bit behind today in terms of his maturity, but I keep working on that one for later on down the road. The Hoagie comes out next. Tremendous shape, power, and muscle in this one. The upper part of her back line, really good in terms of bone and foot. It's a little more awkward in terms of the way she goes out of her hip and hind leg. It's a little shorter out of her hip, causes her a twist out of her hip and hind leg, just a little more than ideal. That one, if we could just loosen up, free her up in terms of her mobility, we can move her up in class. Young Ladies Guilty comes out next. Much of the same things in terms of one that's got tremendous power, tremendous dimension in that one. Gets a little more pinch right there at her hem-long junction. You get her off to the side. She gets just a nut tighter right in her spine, cause her to be a little more roached in her top line than what you'd term ideal. We can level her top line out, loosen her up, fill her in right there at the hem-loin. We can move her up. Young man's got a really extended blueberry that comes out next. Really a good look up through his front end. Gets a little harder through the middle part of his body. Like to condition him there, have him track wider from his hock to the ground. Nice class of light crosses here. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Addie Carnesecca first, Kane Kitchen second, Braylee Heiser third, Kinsley Frishy fourth, Kinsley Frishy fifth, and Mitchell Bailey sixth. Coming out with our second light cross, Addie Carnesecca, Jaden Buckingham, Mitchell Bailey, Luxie Ray Woolley, and Allison Lackey.
Another very good class of light crosses to work with, and as I thought this pair kind of moved herself on up to the top end quite easily, and within that pair, the young lady that wins the class is one that's extremely extended up through his front end and gets out and goes and handles the ring extremely comfortable in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton. You know, he's a big-bodied bear. Maybe we don't have to have quite that big body, but at the same time, he's a really big body, big centered kind of a bear. Comes at you great through the base of his chest floor in terms of his width and power that he has in his blade and forearm. Good kind of a bear. Not the heaviest bone thing in the world, but I think it matches his upper skeleton and matches his style when you talk about one that's really put together with the neat pieces. The bear we have in two, another one that you like in terms of being maybe just a notch stouter in terms of his skull. I like that about him. Really good in terms of the shape and squareness that he has right on the top side of his blade. He's another one that maybe you'd like to see just a notch taller at the point of his blade. I'd like to lengthen his hip more than anything and give him just a leveler look as you study him out through his hip. Change him just ever so slightly out of his hind leg. He wants to overreach just a little out of his hind leg. That's being awfully critical of a very, very, very good blue bear that we have down here in second. Young man kind of did a foot race from last class to this class and did a good job getting this thing ready to go. Heavy bone, big footed kind of a bear, good kind of center in him. You know, as you study him and compare him with the two ahead of him in class, he doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably out of his hock and hind leg as those two up ahead of him in class. If we could just get him out and square him just a hair differently, have him take a more fluid stride, we can also move him up towards the top end as well. Next bear, or next gilt that comes out, really muscular, shapely gilt. When you get up on top of her, maybe one that gets just a little more tubular through the middle part of her body than what you'd term ideal. She's another one that gets a little more hesitant, particularly off that right hind leg, right hind foot. If we can get her out being just a little more comfortable, a little more authoritative in terms of where she plants them, we can definitely move her up. And the young lady's gilt that comes out next, tremendous muscle shape and power in that one as well. Another one just like to coordinate her just a little hair differently off of her hind tooth, bring her hock a little more back inside of her body wall. Nice class of crosses here. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Allison Lackey, Addie Carnesecca, Mitchell Bailey, Luxie Ray Woolley, and Jaden Buckingham. Coming in with our third class of light cross, Madeline Bailey, Mitchell Bailey, Bryce Behill, Gentry Wan, and Rhett Wan. As soon as we finish our light cross breed drive, we will be going into our Peewee showmanship. So be ready, make sure you have a pig lined up for your Peewee. Our Peewee showmanship that we have right now is Ellen A. Wilkes, Myers Wilkes, Ross Wagner, Magnolia Waldrop, Fisher Waldrop, Case Kitchens, Steiger Art, Gene Frishy, Little Gene, Harper Henry, Hudson Henry, Michael Guston, Dana Deason, Burke Waldrop, and Banner Waldrop. Be sure and have your pigs ready for the Peewee showmanship as soon as we conclude our light cross breed drive.
very close top pair up here to work through within this class. I'd like to use the young man's blue bear here to win this class, and one that got tremendous kind of power as you get in the upper part of his top line. Lots of dimension as you get back behind him. You know, I'd love to just lengthen his stride just a fraction off of his hind tooth. He gets just a little more hesitant from time to time. When he gets him in the right speed, in the right groove, it kind of all gels and blends together. But that's a big centered kind of a bear. One that comes at you great through the base of his chest more. Big blade, big forearm in him. Nice kind of a bear. Still balances up plenty good from the side. Nice place to start here. Young lady's hogging two. Another one's presented exceptionally well in terms of just having extra shape and extra expression and up in part of their top line. Really good in the center part of his body. He's another one that maybe wants a chain go a little more awkward off of his hind tooth. Kind of wants to plant that left foot a little more outside of his body wall than where you'd like to see it. We could just bring him a little more back inside himself, lengthen his stride to make him a little more ideal. I think that makes that pair even closer. Young lady's gilt here that comes next. Another one is tremendous in terms of bone and foot size. Length of stride is awfully good on either end of her skeleton. She's maybe one that's a little more compact in terms of the way she's put together, a little more downsized in terms of her frame size as well. Like to extend her up to her front end, thin out her neck and pole just a little and give her a little more attractive look up to her front end in order to move up in class. The gilt that comes next, big scale, long bodied kind of a gilt. Love the shape and muscularity up high. Gets a little drier, a little harsher through the middle part of her body, like to lengthen her hip just a little as well in order to make her a little ideal. And the young man's blue gilt that comes next, another one that you like in terms of just being really extended up through her front end. Maybe one that just doesn't have quite the stoutness of feature, stoutness of bone and foot size down at the ground. Change that about her to match that mass that she has up high, and we can move her up. Very good class of light crosses here. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Rhett Wan in first, followed by Gentry Wan second, Madeline Bailey third, Mitchell Bailey fourth, and Bryce B. Hill in fifth. Bringing in our last light cross class, we got Kennedy Fisher, Peyton Van Beek, Mason Rashavi, Alexandra Montez, Rebecca Roberts, and Ryan Roberts. We will be doing the Peewee showmanship as soon as this light cross class, the championship, is done. Make sure your kids are with a pig and ready for them in the back. After the Peewee showmanship, we'll do grand and reserve drive. If you want to take your name off the adult showmanship or add someone, you have until we start the grand drive. The people that are on the adult showmanship right now are Kevin Burns, Gene Lowry, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller, Kelly Kitchens, Nathan Diaz, Kyle Kitchens, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Clayton Caraway, Todd Corey, Seth Ralston, Scott Van Beek, Jake Van Beek, Mr. Chris Winings, Pat Lins, Joe Don Henry, Bob Bailey, Mandy Rashavi, John Besner, Eric Diaz, Cassie Ortiz, Garrett Lins, Joey Reed, Brad Banks, Gator Art, Ashley Poole, Nick McMillan, Jake Becker, Jack Clark, Michael Wilkes, and Shaylee Banks. If you want to get off, you can pay $10 or you can pay $100 to not be put back on. Remember, this money is all going to the Bayou County Livestock Show Scholarship for the kids. So be sure and continue to support and continue to put more people back in.
good class of heavies here to work through. And the young lady's bear that wins the class, I think, is the one that just is the most complete in terms of the way he's put together. A hog that's got good kind of bone and foot size. He's really good in terms of his athleticism on either end of his skeleton. Good kind of shape in the upper part of his top line. You know, maybe we could flare him just a little bit more in the lower part of his ham and stifle, but that's a bear that still yet checks a lot of boxes, and just within this contemporary group is the one that you're most comfortable with to go ahead and put up there in the first hole. The blue bear that comes next, yeah, he's got a lot more top shape, a lot more back shape, if you will. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. He's probably the power hog within the class, and yet as you study him right down at the ground, I got to have him track just a notch more comfortably. I got to change the way he goes, particularly off of his hind feet down at the ground in order to move up any higher today. The hole comes out in 3, another one that you like in terms of having some overall freshness and shape up high. Good kind of pattern from the side. Maybe one who wants to close up just a little more down the lower part of his body, like to widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton, have him track carefully from his hock to the ground in order to move up. And as we come down here in 4, 5, and 6, again, hogs with a lot of quality and a lot of good to them. Maybe something we'd like to change just a little bit in terms of the dimension of muscle that they have from behind, have them track wider from their hock down to the ground, just base them wider, if you will, widen out their skeleton. Nice class of crosses here. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations, Peyton Van Beek first, Alexandra Montez second, Mason Rashavi third, Kennedy Fisher fourth, Ryan Roberts fifth, and Rebecca Roberts sixth. Coming out for our light cross breed champion, we have Addie Carneseca, Allison Lackey, Rhett One, and Peyton Van Beek.
I'll watch them do they do trade.
Been a lot of fun to work through these light crosses, and I think with each one of his classes, I thought these were the hogs that kind of rolled themselves up to the forefront quite handily, and yet, you know, maybe each one of them you can change just a little bit every once in a while about each one from in different areas. Yet they were the hogs that I thought put the most packages together, the most totals together, if you will, to come out here and be selected or be in the champion drive for this division. Within that said, I guess to me there's a couple of them that maybe gets a little bit closer to. There's one in terms of just boldness of rib and boldness of shape, still good enough on his feet and legs, really gives you a good kind of a pattern from the side. The dark blue one in the corner is going to be your champion.
Coming in next, Gentry Wan.
that was a good class, and the white one comes out in another one that you have to be appreciative of a lot of good in terms of shape and power and dimension. The upper part of his top line, I think one that's got an awfully good kind of a future for himself. You know, he gets awfully close out here for reserve, and yet at the same time, I think they're going to keep coming back to one that I'll just be honest with you, I'd love to take him out back and warm him up and let's see what he does. But you get this thing dialed in right as far as his head and neck. I think this one's got a tremendous kind of a future. That lightweight's going to be a reserve.
Congratulations to Rhett Wan, your breed champion light cross, and Addie Carneseca, your reserve champion. Okay, we're going to take a short break, couple-minute break, and then we're going to get kicked off at Peewee showmanship. After the Peewee showmanship, we will be doing the grand and reserve drive. If you want your name off of the adult showmanship or you want to add someone on, get up here before the grand drive. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors that have helped us out this year. Without them, this would not be possible. So if you see anyone walking around Nick Albrecht, Laura Taylor, Taylor Wilkes, and Buddy Rashadi. Okay, we got a great looking group of Peewee showmen out here. We've got Ellie Mae Wilkes, Myers Wilkes, Ross Wagner, Magnolia Waldrop, Fisher Waldrop, Case Kitchens, Steiger Art, Gene Frishy, Harper Henry, Hudson Henry, Michael Guston, Dana Deason, Burke Waldrop, Banner Waldrop, Brinley Gutierrez, and Lavina Miller. I think our judge, Ryan Sykes, has a hard one to judge today. As a reminder, once we conclude today, we need as many people to stick around to help us clean up the pig barn, get all the panels and pins set up, and clean up the show ring so that we can get the sale ring set up tomorrow. So please hang out and help us out.
Well, this is a lot of fun, getting these kids out here, and you can tell some of them maybe have got brothers and sisters at home that they've been tagging along with a little bit and seeing what's going on, and yet other ones are out here maybe for the first time. So before we talk about anything, give all these kids a big round of applause. You know, one of the big deals, I guess, to me is getting these kids involved and letting them learn at an early age of what they want to do. And not so much that anything needs to be perfect right now. We got lots and lots of years to work on that and improve as we go down the line. But the kids have done a great job, I guess, to me, as we get out here and we kind of see what all we're going to do. The young man in the little tan vest over there is going to be third here in our junior division, or a Peewee division, if you will. Give him a round of applause. Second in our division here that I think is one that I think can be an incredible showman later on. Does a great job. Young lady over here to my left is going to be our second individual here. And then without a doubt, there's one that's just been in the open area all the time, and it sounds crazy to say in a Peewee division, but all he's got to do is just maybe get a little bit on the right side of the pig or keep the hog in between him and the judge, and he's set. Young guy here in the blue flag shirt is going to be okay.
You want to go see Mama? She's right there.
Good job, Jack.
Next up, we'll be going into the Grand Champion Drive and the Reserve Champion Drive, so stick around. Yep. Our reserve Berkshire, shown by Colt Juan. Reserve Chester, Jagger Hunter. Reserve Duroc, Grant Wagner. Reserve Hamp, Scarlet Pool. Reserve Landrace, Haley Nicholson. Reserve Poland, Cambry Kitchens. Reserve Spot, Clayton Monroe. Reserve York, Nathan Van Beek. Reserve Dark Cross, Allison Lackey. And Reserve Light Cross, Addie Carneseca. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and kick off the Grand Champion Drive. Starting out with your Burke Breed Champion, Haley Nicholson. Your Chester Breed Champion, Landry Prissy. Your Duroc Breed Champion, Preston Ralston. Your Hamp Breed Champion, Braylee Heiser. Your Landrace breed champion, Preston Ralston. Poland breed champion, Peyton Ralston. Spot breed champion, Brendan Torres. Your York breed champion, Peyton Ralston. Dark Cross breed champion, Braylee Heiser. And your Light Cross breed champion, Rhett Wan. Our showmanship list is ready. If you'd like to see if you made the showmanship, please come up to the announcer table and get with Kendall and she will let you know. As a reminder, if you're going to sell an animal, you need to go to the office and let Shelby know which animal you're going to sell. If you do not let her know, she will pick it for you.
Very, very good set of champions that we bring out here to pick your grand overall. Absolute killer set, and it's been a lot of fun. A lot of times you go places you don't know you've got 150 head what you're going to have to look at. Well, I can tell you this has been a great set of champions in reserve to work through today. My compliments to you. A great set. Before we go any further, I don't care if we're talking about these kids that are in the ring right now or the kids that are yet back in the barn that have went through earlier today. Those kids have worked their tails off. We've had 70-degree and 20-degree and up and down weather, and they've worked it hard this season. Give all the kids a big round of applause. you know, I'm a firm believer in what these kids are going to learn and what they've done over the past few years as far as getting up and doing chores, and they understand that late nights and early mornings, that's just life whenever you get older and you get a job and everything else. They understand things like that. They're going to be our workforce for later on. I love this program. I love what these kids learn out here, and my compliments to these kids because they come through today and they've done it in a very complimentary manner. I don't know how many times I've heard yes sir and all that and thank you, and it's very appreciative of the step in the ring and have a set of kids like that. So kudos to you moms and dads and peoples out there for raising kids that are handling things the right way. Awfully good job. So back to the hog show, if you will. We worked down through them. I thought there was a great set of hogs all the way through. To me, there's a couple of them that maybe come back here and get somewhat closer within the pair. I think there's one that's maybe just a little more unique in terms of the way he is, right up through his skull and up through his front end. Stout featured, big-legged kind of a critter. This one gets out and goes. That young lady's off belted cross is going to be your champion.
Coming in, Allison Lackey.
Well, I know we've still got showmanship yet to go and go through those 3 divisions there, and so I've still got some time to talk on the microphone. But again, I want to tell you what a privilege it's been to be here to work with the kids, and then we kind of go through this tremendous set of hogs. You know, we get back out here to pick our reserve, and maybe you can go just a couple different ways for me, but at the same time, you can talk about a red one that I've got, think's got a tremendous kind of a future. This young lady's a solid white Yorkshire, I think, is another one that has got an awfully bright kind of a future. The blue one is stout and powerful. I like lots of things about him. This Hampshire is, I think, lights out at some point in time. If he just opens just a fraction in his chest, I mean, I think that one can daylight somewhere and possibly get a great big banner. The reserve cross comes in, as we talked to him earlier, unique in his look up front, really attractive from the side. You know, maybe you can power him just a little bit, and yet to me, he's right where he needs to be in terms of his growth, his maturity pattern. I think he's the second best one. He'll be a reserve there.
Congratulations to Miss Braylee Heiser, your grand champion swine, and Miss Allison Lackey, your reserve grand champion. While we're getting ready for the senior and junior and intermediate showmanship, let's all give Mr. Ryan Seitz a big round of applause. He's done a really bang up job this year judging for us. Our senior showmanship is going to be up first. Hannah Beerbaum, Haley Nicholson, Jagger Hunter, Brendan Torres, Clayton Monroe, Preston Ralston, Peyton Ralston, Allison Lackey, Braylee Heiser, Georgia Besner, Courtney Deason, Madeline Bailey, and Mitchell Bailey. Remember, you need to go to the show office and let Shelby know what animal you want to sell. If you do not let her know, she will pick the animal that you will end up selling. And if you've been charging at the concession stands, please go to the concession stand and get paid up with them. Adult showmanship. Y'all be getting ready? Get your pigs lined up. Our showmen and showwomen are Kevin Burns, Gene Lowry, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Clayton Caraway, Todd Corey, Seth Ralston, Scott Van Beek, Jake Van Beek, Chris Winings, Pat Lenz, Mandy Rashavi, Cassidy Ortiz, Garrett Lenz, Brad Banks, Gator Art, Ashley Poole, Nick McMillan, Jake Becker, Jack Clark, Michael Wilkes, Nick Albrecht, Buddy Rashavi, David Beerbaum, and Whitley Woolley. Senior showmanship. Let's get up to the show ring. Let's get this going. Hey, David Beerbaum. Have y'all go ahead and announce to get the senior showmanship up. Remember, our buyer's lunch starts tomorrow at 12 noon, and our sale will start at 1 o'clock. Before our showmen come in, let's go ahead and give Mr. Ryan Sykes another big round of applause for the awesome job that he's done today.
as we get out here in this senior division. These kids have done an awfully good job. I guess for me, first impressions as far as when you hit that first gate and having the right kind of look is so crucial and so important. And I thought maybe there was some that we've got over there in the pins that maybe did just a notch better as far as that, and just trying to keep a constant speed. But once again, you kids have all been selected to come back here, so don't be hanging your head. Let's give all these kids a round of applause as we let these out in the ring go back to the barn to get ready to work the ones in the field.
Oh boy. There you go, Bird. Why don't hit them? What do you think? There you go, really stay away from the gate. Good job.
Great group of senior showmen out here, and I mean, it's an incredible job of what they've done. And I'll open those gates not to trick anybody, not to hurt anybody, but at the same time trying to show some control. And I'll be honest with you, even the young lady that's having to fight that belted hog that's been out here, I don't know, 5 or 6 times today because he got along pretty good during the show. She's doing a nice job in working him, and like I said, not doing that to harm anybody or hurt anybody or to make it even too difficult, but at the same time want to see kind of control as we get ready to go through those gates. The seniors have done a great job. Your third place individual in this drive, as far as just being calm, cool, collective, done an extremely good job on that. Maybe want to see just a little more aggression from time to time as far as to get in the hunt. Young lady with his belted hog is going to be your third here today. second and first get somewhat closer, and yet the one that's going to be second today, I think, from side profile and things, does an incredible job of getting a right look. Every once in a while, maybe gets back behind the crowd just a fraction more than what you doesn't always show up in the limelight, if you will, as far as where that hog is positioned, but does a very good job of showing our second place individual, young lady here in the flowered shirt. I'll be honest with you, whenever the gates open until now, the one that's going to win their senior showmanship won it and done it quite well. Always in front, always cool, always collective, always got that hog in the right position, going at the right speed. That young lady in that white sweater is going to be your champion.
Congratulations to Peyton Ralston, your senior showman, Allison Lackey second, and Georgia Besner third. Let's give them a big round of applause. Next up is going to be our intermediate showmen, and those showmen and show women are going to be Colt Wan, Camry Kitchens, Weatherby Cervedra, Luxie Ray Woolley, Rhett Wan, Mason Rashadi, Alexandra Montez, and Addie Carneseca.
your back. Yeah, I do.
Kind of got quiet in here. Great set of intermediate showmen out here. These top ones are basically the ones that were brought back. We went through a little bit of the exercise as far as pinning them and bringing them out. And I think that is so important as far as not only the look that you have coming right off the gate, but the look that you have when coming out of those pins and getting settled into your groove or your speed as you get back out here and get back in the middle of the show. And so the kids out here have done an extremely good job. They're going to be commended on that. We'll kind of name your top three, if you will. Third place, one that I thought done an awesome job of getting in and out of the pen, getting that hog kind of set in terms of motion and things. Every once in a while, maybe not as quite as consistent in terms of speed all the way through as maybe two other individuals, but does just an awesome job. Eye contact is tremendous. Your third individual, young man over that belted gilt on the far side. Let's congratulate him. As we get out here to select your second and your high individual or your overall showman, if you will, two individuals that do just a tremendous job. There's one that I think you talk about having a presence in the ring and being able to find that judge. It just does a remarkable job. Every once in a while, maybe gets a little bit whip happy, I called it, or it goes a little bit quick from side to side and like to change that just a little bit and just kind of relax their whip ever so slightly. But eye contact, tremendous. Always seems to find the right spot. Keeps that hog in a pretty good groove as far as speed. Your second individual today, young lady over here with his belted barrel. Your champion intermediate showman within this division, I'll just be honest with you, that hog has went the same speed from the time that he come out of this gate in here, through the pinning, back out here, stayed in the middle of the ring or stayed kind of against the grain, if you will. And so it seemed like when all the hogs were going one way and they were going the other way, that hog has stayed consistent in terms of his flow. His eye contact is good. He's never gotten a rush and yet stayed very calm in demeanor, but been attentive in terms of how he drives that hog and where that hog is. Your champion in this division, young man in that pink shirt, will be your champion.
Congratulations to your intermediate showman, Mr. Rhett Wan. Second place, Alexandra Montez, and third place, Colt Wan. Let's all give them a big round of applause. Our junior showmanship is going to be Cambry Lenz, Landry Frishy, Gentry Wan, Grant Wagner, Brennan Sage, Scarlett Poole, Peyton Van Beek, Bristol Sage, Kayla Ortiz, Edward Behill, and Kane Kitchens. Kaya Ortiz. Our adult showmen, y'all need to start getting ready. Our showmen and showwomen are Kevin Burns, Gene Lowry, Megan Frishy, Connor Nicholson, Jason Miller, Colton Besner, Parker Knoll, Todd Corey, Seth Ralston, Jake Van Beek, Chris Winings, Pat Lenz, Jodon Henry, Mandy Rashavi, Cassidy Ortiz, Garrett Lenz, Brad Banks, Gator Art, Ashley Poole, Nick McMillan, Jake Becker, Jack Clark, Michael Wilkes, Nick Albrecht, and David Beerbaum. David Beerbaum has withdrawn from the competition. If you want to pay to get him back in, he has to pay to get out.
You know, sometimes I always say that showmanship is a whole lot harder than judging the home show. You know, because I mean, each one of these kids are just out here and they're working extremely hard. They're doing their best and they're being commended for it. Before we talk about our top three, if you would, give all these kids a big round of applause. You know, I enjoy showmanship, and you know, we've got a 10-year-old at home that we actually work on quite hard. And showmanship's a little bit different animal, as will, than maybe when you're showing actually in a show. And so we have to think about ways that we try to incorporate that, and that's what we try to do at home as well. Great group of kids, great group for showman. Your third place individual in here, I'll be honest with you, shows up every time as far as finds out that little open hole, stays in the right kind of speed. Maybe every once in a while could be just a little more aggressive in terms of their whip or finding a little different speed. But I mean, at the same time, gets out there, they're always in the mix as far as kind of the open area. Your third place individual, this young lady in this flowery shirt with the Yorkshire bear, a white bear, she's our third individual. Second today is another one that I think just does an incredible job as far as finding that open area, always getting seen, just has that hoax positioned as far as his head right and everything, extremely good. Eye contact is incredible. You know, every once in a while, maybe that gets just a little bit happier with the whip, but still just an incredible showman. That young lady with that white bear down here is going to be our second individual. You're champion in this division, and you know, as we work through showmanship, I could have asked a whole bunch of questions and did a lot like that, but I'll be honest with you, I just more important with we're kind of keyed in on how the kids drive the hogs. I want them to find the position, find the speed, be comfortable out here in the middle of the ring. And there's one that's done that from the time they come through that gate until this thing is over. Always in the mix as far as when I move from different positions within the ring as one of the first 5 to get there. And yet when they did it, they found the open area to get looked at extremely good. Your champion senior, your champion showman, done it again. She's right here in front of me.
Congratulations to your junior showwoman, Miss Scarlett Bull, second Gentry Wan, and third Peyton Van Beek. Next up is going to be the most exciting show that y'all have ever seen. We've got the adult showmanship, and I think they've got some surprises in store for us. The way we're going to judge this, our senior showman Peyton Ralston, intermediate showman Brett Wan, and junior showman Scarlett Poole are going to be judging. So this is going to be their time to get back at all the adults that have given them a hard time all year. So stick around and let's have some fun. Mr. Cody Reed has been added to the adult showman. So Cody, get your pig and get ready. We've also had another addition to the adult showman. Mr. Tyler Campbell has been added on to the adult showmanship. If you want off, you got to pay $10.
There you go. Oh, Parker. I can take you to that.
What's that?
Bob, are they about ready back there? You got 4 ready? Doesn't sound like he's very good showmanship. Kyle Kitchens, you've been added on to the showmanship, so get ready. You got 3 minutes to get back there. Looks like Cody's already getting ready back there, about to come busting out the gate.
Slow that pig down, Jack. Slow it down. Mandy, get that pig moving. In comes Cody Reed. Kevin Burns, Colton Besner, Megan Frishy, Seth Ralston, Michael Wills, Gator Art, Scott Van Beek, Pat Lenz, the red beard himself, Garrett Lenz. It looks like Joe Don brought in the cleanup crew. Brett, are you going to be able to judge this? Pretty tough. What about you, Peyton? Got anyone else back there? Ashley, no. He's a kid. That is not fair. We need Nick McMillan out here. Kyle Kitchens. I know. Megan, back here. Megan, bring the pig back. Pat, you gotta move that pig. Don't just sit there. Sir, you need to take your hat off when you're in the ring as well. Kevin, you okay over there? Kevin Burns, you good? Scott, do you know what you're doing? Can someone get Scott some oxygen? He's exerting a little bit too much energy over there. Jack, slow it down. Jack, aren't you supposed to oil the pig, not you? Mandy, Curly, Rashavi in the back, trying to hide from the judges, trying to stay last. Ashley Poole just being Ashley Poole. Ashley, don't do that. Don't do that. It's not your son. Cody, get up there in front of the judges. All of them. Run them over.
Okay, I need y'all to snowball. Switch pigs. Switch up. Find a different one.
Ashley, no. No.
Find a different pig.
Judges are calling for a different pig. Keep the heads up, guys and ladies. Mandy, move the pig. Seth's trying to hide out at the back. Ashley and Cody. Mandy, stay in the ring. You're not done. Seth Ralston, you're the swine superintendent. Control that thing.
Fill up the pins. Who doesn't get a pin, leave the ring. You're out.
Hurry your pins. Don't give up. One pig per pin.
Who's out? Who's out? One pig per pin, Ashley.
Sorry, Coco, you're out.
Cody, get out of here. Valiant effort, Cody. Judges, ask them what they feed them. Ear notches, all that good stuff. Ashley, you hot? Or you just waving that money towards the judges? Seth, close your mouth a little bit. Easy on the whip, Kevin. Easy. He gone. Colton, control that pig. Off the fence. Head up. Michael is sweating over there. Someone get him a towel. Gator's sweating a little bit too up there. See a little bit of that sheen coming off. Hey, Brett. Make Ashley do it by herself now. Make Ashley do it by herself now. Grant's out of the ring. Grant, hand your whip over. Ashley, head up. No, the pig, not you. Hey, Rhett, we've got a request that y'all talk reasons on why y'all are getting rid of these showmen.
You're out. Not the correct show attire.
Oh, brought the phone into the ring.
Okay, our final three.
Get on out, Ashley. Y'all keep going any longer, Michael might have a heart attack right now. Let's give them all a big round of applause. We appreciate everyone that donated money to go to the Bike Hunting Livestock Show Scholarship. Remember, go to the office if you have not, let Shelby know which animal you are going to sell.
We have one more. Jodan is grand champion. He is the ring leader. He's a very good job. Thank you, Jodan.
Let's give all the exhibitors a big round of applause for all the hard work they put in today. And if you have charged at the concession stand, please go to the concession stand and settle up with